everyone. I am Sandy, and I'm the Education Program Manager for Science Friday. And thank you so much for being here. I'm really glad that you joined us for today's Hack Your Brain Kickoff live stream event. We have so much fun planned for the day, but we are going to start off today with some trivia all about the brain, and you can play along. We're going to use the interactive platform Kahoot, and when the game starts, a pin will appear on the screen. And you're just going to enter that pin into the website kahoot.it or the free Kahoot app on your phone or tablet, and you can play right along with us. Now, if you don't have a phone, no worries. You can still play along with your friends in the room. Just shout at the screen, or you can use the chat right here on YouTube to the right or below this video. Just make sure that you sign in to YouTube if you want to chat. So if you have any questions as we go through, you can put those in the chat. And we'd love to know where you're coming from today, too. I'm in New York City. Keep in mind that there may be a small delay between what we're saying in person and what shows up on YouTube, but it shouldn't slow us down too much. All right, ready? Are we ready to begin? Let's take a second to log into Kahoot, and we will get to see our friends join us. Oh, great. Excellent, excellent. All right, keep logging in. I always love the names that Kahoot comes up with. And remember, if you can't join us on Kahoot, you can still have fun. We're going to do an overview of all of our Hack Your Brain resources today. So it's a little bit of everything. Okay. Looking good. We've got lots of people coming in. Awesome. Oh, I'm so excited to get to play this game with you. We at Science Friday absolutely love trivia. So if you know anything about us, you know how much we adore just learning new things. All right. Everybody join on in. Just use that pin that you see at the top, or you can scan the QR code. All right. Since I think you can continue logging in even after we've started, I want to make sure that we don't keep people waiting. So why don't we go ahead and get started with our trivia? Yay! Okay, and I meant to give this a better title, but here we go. Our first question, common physical signs of stress may include a headache, racing heart, stomach ache, or all of the above. All right, what do we think? What do we think? You can vote A, B, C, or D, or you can use the little symbols. Okay, everybody did great on that one. It's all of the above, right? Because when you feel stressed, as you might when you're playing a game or when you're taking a quiz, you're going to feel that in your body in a variety of different ways. So let's see who's doing really well here. All right, wow, Royal Frog, you were so quick on that one. Great job. Now remember, it's not about the score. We're here to learn, but it is fun to see who is really quick on getting those answers. All right, are we ready for the next question? All right, why don't we see what our next question is coming up? We've got another four-parter, a multiple choice. Which of these hormones is released in the body during a fight or flight response? Adrenaline, insulin, melatonin, or estrogen? You may have heard of some of these before, but only one is released during a fight or flight. And that's like if you see a bear in the woods and you're like, oh, which one do you think it is? We have a whole bunch of hormones and neurotransmitters that exist in our body. You guys did great. Most of you got it. It is adrenaline. That's not the only thing released, but it's the one that is that really gives your body that stress response, and you know that you have to respond. Let's see how people did. Let's see. Who was the quickest this time? Royal Frog, still very quick on this. Great job. I love these names. Genius Bunny, that might be my favorite name today. All right, are we ready for another question? Are we feeling a little stressed? Because you should. This is just for fun, right? No one's keeping track. All right, let's see what the next question is. All right, another multiple choice. What is one positive aspect of stress? We don't always think of this. It can make you feel more attentive and alert. It can help you focus. It can make you feel motivated, or all of the above. What do we think? What do we think? I know sometimes we don't think about the positive stuff with stress, but there are positives. Like right now, you're playing a game and you may be feeling stressed. All right. So it is all of the above. All of these things really can help. I know that we tend to think of stress as something negative, but when you're playing a game, you might be feeling stressed, but that helps you focus. It may make you more attentive to what's happening around you, and it can help you motivate. So good job to those that got that right. Let's see who got it. All right. Smart Mouse, you climbed 18 spots. Wow, that is an accomplishment. And I see Royal Frog still quick and Genius Bunny climbing up. All right, guys. I see that we have some real competitors here. Great job. What's our next question? Another multiple choice. Which of the following activities can help you cope with stress in the moment? Okay, because there are a lot of different types of stress. So petting a cat or dog, taking a short walk, listening to calming music, or all of the above. Which do we think? So if you are like, well, hopefully not dealing with a bear, but if you have a pop quiz or very good. Oh, you guys are so smart. So yeah, I personally go for the petting my cat or taking a walk, but music, meditation, there's so many ways that we can learn to cope with stress by reframing how we're feeling. And that's one of the things that we're going to learn about next week through Brain Awareness Week and through other activities today. All right, let's see how we're doing. Wow, 6 players have reached an answer streak of 3 in a row. Amazing. Dynamic Quail climbing up there and Royal Frog still on top. Very nice work. I am really impressed, especially because we're coming at this cold this morning. Okay, let's see what our next question is. Here we go. Another multiple choice. In what form of memory does your brain remember movements and perform them without thinking? What do we think? There are a lot of different types of memory: working memory, long-term memory, muscle memory, voluntary memory. Which one do you think will help you remember movements and just perform them without having to think about it? What do we think? What do we think? Oh, a lot of different choices, but that is actually muscle memory. Okay, and that's a little bit of a misnomer. It's not the muscle that remembers. It's your brain remembers how to move the muscles. We have a lot of different types of memory, and your brain uses all these different types of memory throughout your day. But when it comes to like practicing the piano or practicing dance moves, that's all muscle memory. Let's see how people did. Wow, amazing meerkat coming out of nowhere. Great job. Very nice. And 4 players. Oh, that was a tough one because that's a lot of different types of memory. And if you haven't ever heard of them before, that can be hard. But next week during Brain Awareness Week and today during our live stream, you're going to learn all about the different types of memory that we have. All right, next question. What part of the brain is known as the mini brain and helps your muscles coordinate movements and maintain balance? We've got the frontal lobe, the cerebellum, the motor cortex, or the cerebrum. Now, there are a lot of different parts of the brain, and they all work together. Okay, so if you don't know exactly which part, that's okay, because that's what Hack Your Brain is all about. It's your opportunity to learn how your brain works. So take a guess at it. All right, yeah, a lot of you got it. It is the cerebellum, okay? And there are so many interesting parts of the brain. The cerebellum is involved in just kind of keeping track of like an inbox. Well, no, that's the hippocampus, sorry. The cerebellum helps coordinate all of your movements and also helps you maintain balance. We don't think of it, but like just being able to stand upright or sit in a chair, your brain is constantly making sure that all your muscles are doing that and keeping you where you want to be. All right, let's see how folks did. These questions are tough. These middle ones are tough. All right, Royal Frog continuing on top. I see Smooth Wallaby coming on up and Fierce Emu up 11 places. Well done. All right, next question. Next question. Aerobic exercise has positive effects that can improve your mood. What do you think? Do we think that exercising can make us feel better mentally, or is it just physical? I know what works for me. I bet a lot of you have an idea. What do we think? All right, you all got this one right. Absolutely. Going out there and getting some physical movement, dancing, playing some sports, taking a walk, any of those sorts of things will actually make you feel better. All right, let's see how that did for our points. Wow. Wow. Charming Piranha, you've gotten the last 6 questions right. That's very impressive. You guys, I am blown away by how well you are doing on this quiz. Well done. Okay, what's our next question? Let's see how we do. True or false? Your brain can hold between 4 and 9 pieces of information in your short-term memory at a time. What do you think? Like I said, we have a lot of different types of memory. Short-term memory is one type of memory, and that is like when you're trying to memorize a grocery list, things like that, or memorize your times tables. How many pieces of information do you think you can hold at one time? It is true. 4 to 9 pieces is what you can actively hold in that small capacity short-term memory. And this is why it's important to take breaks, get a good night's sleep, because that's how your brain can process what's in short-term memory and bring it to your long-term memory. So if you want to really remember something, if you're studying for a quiz, you need to take breaks to give your brain time to move what you've just learned into that long-term memory. All right, let's see how people are doing on this one. This was a half and half, yeah, 50-50. That was a tough question. Ooh, nice. 7 players just hit your 3 answer streak. Royal Frog still at the top, but I see some movement. All right, we're getting close. We're almost out of questions. Let's see what the next one is. 9 out of 10. All right, which of the following is not an example of using spatial memory? Spatial memory. Think about what that word means. Finding your way to school, remembering where you left your keys, solving a math equation, or navigating a dark room. What do we think? What's spatial memory? Remember, many types of memory. What do we think? Good job. Solving a math equation, unless it's like geometry, really doesn't take a lot of spatial memory. But spatial memory literally helps you understand where you are in space, where you are in all the area around you. And it takes in visual, audio, physical cues to figure out where you are and to understand how to get from one place to another. So if you're trying to get across your bedroom in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, that's going to be spatial memory. All right, let's see how everybody did. Nice job, Eager Jaguar, coming in strong. Really, really great job, everybody. All right, this is going to be our last question. Then we're going to take a short break. All right, last question. Let's see what it is. It's a multiple choice. What is the term for the ability to focus on one stimulus while ignoring all the others? This is hard for some of us. Selective attention, covert attention, overt attention, or inattentional blindness. Wow, wow, nicely done. Selective attention is correct. So there are a lot of different types of focus and attention, and it can be difficult sometimes to keep that attention and focus. But when it's something that you really, really care about, you are able to block everything else out and focus on that one thing. All right, let's get our final scores. Let's see how everybody did. Nicely done, Genius Bunny. And Amazing Meerkat. And Royal Frog, congratulations, congratulations. Well done, everyone. I really appreciate you playing along with us. Now, if you enjoyed all of these trivia questions, we've got lots more for you. Just go to sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain. Each of our educational resources for Brain Awareness Week next week has trivia, so you can keep going and learn even more. Thank you so much to everyone who joined us for trivia today. Be sure to stick with us. Keep watching this live stream because we have some amazing guests throughout the day. It's a fantastic opportunity to learn about your brain because understanding your mind isn't just interesting, it's the key to a happier and healthier life. So check out sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain for the full schedule and lots of fun activities. We have a lot of fun planned. Thanks again, and I'll see you very soon. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Sandy, and I'm the Science Friday Education Program Manager. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm really glad that you joined us for our kickoff for Hack Your Brain. And this live stream event is just the beginning of our Brain Awareness Week fun. I am joining you from New York City. So, of course, I want to know, where are you joining us from today? If you are signed into a YouTube account, you can join us in the chat on the right side or below this video and tell us where you're watching from today, because I would absolutely love to know. I'm always astounded. The chat box is also where you're going to share your questions for our guests today, who I will be introducing shortly. So make sure that you are signed in and ready to go. If you don't know us, Science Friday is your one-stop shop for reliable and relatable science news. We're well known for our weekly science radio show, broadcast every week on, of course, Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern. So you can listen to us live on your local radio station or by visiting sciencefriday.com and clicking the listen banner on the top of our page. You can also download transcripts and listen to the various audio stories anytime you want. But of course, we are much more than just a radio show. And when you visit our page, you'll see that we have a variety of articles, educational activities, and community experiences, just like this one, for people who love STEM. So be sure to check that out. Before we get started today, I just want to go over a couple of basics, reminders. Science Friday is committed to providing a welcoming and harassment-free environment. And since we believe that providing clear expectations is a necessary part of building a respectful community, here are the basics. Be supportive and respectful when speaking with one another or when asking a question in chat. Share generously, listen closely. You can add your thoughts whenever you want in the chat, and it doesn't even have to just be a question. You can just say, wow, that blew my mind. Let's try to stay on topic. Today, we're here to discuss all things about the brain and neuroscience and related topics. And we reserve the right to remove anyone who engages in demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior today. We want to keep this friendly and learning and happy. All right, so thank you for sticking with me. Let us get on to the main event. It is time to welcome our guest for today's live stream. I'd like to introduce Dr. Roxanne Prichard. Dr. J. Roxanne Prichard has designed popular courses on sleep and dreaming, led workshops for college professionals on sleep, and has served on the NCAA Task Force for Sleep and Well-Being. Her TED Talk, Addressing Our Children's Sleep Debt, was featured in a lecture series, Transforming Education, and her research has been summarized in a variety of national media outlets, including the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Teen Vogue, and USA Today, and of course now Science Friday. So thank you so much for being here today, Roxanne. I really appreciate it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, sure. My name's Roxanne. I live in Minnesota. I teach at the University of St. Thomas and St. Paul, and I love to talk about brains and sleep. And I am super excited because next week, of course, is the start of Brain Awareness Week and also National Sleep Week. So those are both of my favorite things in once.
I didn't know they were the same. Oh, that is so cool. So yeah, I think that this is such a fascinating topic that we're going to talk about today. Folks, make sure that you're putting your questions into the chat. We're going to be focusing a lot on sleep and well-being, mental health, and how sleep can help you learn. So if you are curious at all about those things, or just have some questions about the brain, put them into chat. I'm going to start off with a question that we got in advance from one of our listeners, and it is, how does sleep affect our ability to learn, communicate, and care?
That is a fantastic question. So I think we first need to start by thinking about, why do we sleep, right? It's kind of strange that all animals need to sleep. Like, they literally need sleep, like you need food and water and air and shelter. So sleep is required for life. So it must be doing something really important. But what does it do? Right? Because when we're sleeping, like, what productive things are we doing? We're not eating, we're not looking out for our surroundings and being safe. We are actually saying, kind of disconnecting certain parts of our brain and losing our consciousness. So when we are sleeping, our consciousness goes somewhere and comes back when we are awake. So whatever it is that sleep does, it's got to be pretty important to sacrifice our consciousness for a third of our lives in humans. So we know that for every 2 hours awake, we need to spend at least 1 hour sleeping. And that's going to be more sleep if you are somebody who's under the age of 24.
I never thought about it that way. That it must be really important if we spend so much time doing it. Now, you mentioned being under the age of 24 and needing more sleep. So do we need less sleep as we age?
We need a little bit less sleep as you age. And actually, we could bring up slide 3, and I can show you what are the official sleep recommendations by age. And then we'll go back and definitely address that question of how does sleep impact our ability to learn and mood. But first, we kind of need to talk about what sleep is before we talk about the learning. So let me just start do we need less sleep as we age? Newborn babies sleep about 14 to 17 hours a day. Some might only sleep 11, some might sleep up to 19, but that is a lot of sleep. And school age kids need between 9 and 11 hours of sleep every day. So some might just need 8, some might need as many as 12, but that's a lot of sleep. But once you're sort of a young adult, that goes down to 7, 8, 9 hours of sleep and kind of stays there. So younger children need more sleep than adults, but everybody needs at least 7 or 8 hours sleep at night, or we start to have negative consequences, including how we learn, how we communicate, how we can care.
Okay, so what's actually going on when we sleep? What is our brain doing?
Great question. So it's so bizarre. During sleep, our brain makes us close our eyes, change our posture, lay down. Our bodies become paralyzed, so we're not able to move our muscles if we want. And then during rapid eye movement sleep, and that's going to be slide 4, we actually start hallucinating. So it's kind of strange if you think about it that way. We have to spend a couple hours a day paralyzed and hallucinating in order to live and to learn and to love. But we do.
Oh my goodness. So what happens during REM sleep? Why is it so important?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So I'm kind of showing you, you don't need to pay as much attention to the top, but I'm going to talk about different kinds of sleep, 2 different kinds of sleep. Slow wave sleep or non-REM sleep is on the left, and you see not a lot of activity. And that's a really important part of sleep because our bodies and our brains really slow down and we're not responding to the outside world. And what's happening here is our body is taking the chance to repair itself. We're getting a lot of cerebral spinal fluid up in our brain. Our brain is kind of cleaning itself, literally. And that's something it can't do while we have consciousness and we're interacting with the world and telling stories and moving our bodies. We need to be still and quiet and unconscious for this slow wave sleep to really do its magic. And its magic includes making new memories and helping us have space in our brains for new memories. So that's the slow wave sleep on the left side. I don't know if there are any 8-year-olds on the chat. Your slow wave sleep peaks when you're 8. So some people say sleeping like a baby, but babies don't actually sleep that well. They sleep a lot, but they wake up a lot. 8-year-olds are the best sleepers.
To be 8 years old again.
On the right is the rapid eye movement sleep. So that, and you can see there's a lot of spikes in that brainwave activity here, and it's in green bars in the second half of the night. This is when our brain has really, really vivid dreams. So during rapid eye movement sleep, if you can watch your pet, their eyes might move back and forth and their body might twitch and they might our dog does that. She's when she's in rapid eye movement sleep. This is the part when we are actively sort of dreaming and exploring, and our brain is making new connections. So our brain is thinking about, what did I do today? What's going to be important? What lessons did I learn? What do I want to forget? How do I make changes in my brain to incorporate all that information so that the next day when I go out there, I've got that information I need to use put in my brain in the way that I can get it out okay?
Wow. I am curious. I'm looking at some of the questions coming in, and people are curious about how this actually helps us with learning and memory. So if we're kind of processing everything we took in during the day, how can we, because I'm seeing folks are saying that they may have trouble sleeping. We had someone ask about sleepwalking. How does that work? What happens if you wake up at 4 a.m. and can't get back to sleep? How is that going to affect us during the day?
Those are a lot of questions and a great question. So I teach a whole class. I'm like, each one of those deserves its own lecture. But I'll slow down and I'll start talking about sleepwalking because that's kind of fun. So there's sleep. I mean, it's not fun for the people doing it, but sleepwalking, sleep talking, sleep grinding your teeth. There's a lot of behaviors called parasomnias when they happen with sleep. And they peak actually in like middle school. So when you might start sleepwalking or talking in your sleep, your brain is actually going through a lot of development. So as much as like early puberty changes your body, your brain is changing even more. And some of the areas that control sleep kind of grow faster, have like little growth spurts a little bit more than others. So you're more likely in childhood to get these parasomnias like sleepwalking or sleep talking, which is actually part of your brain waking up without the rest of your brain. So it's the part of the brain that knows how to like walk down the hall, kind of walk around. That part gets your body up, but your brain with your consciousness isn't awake yet. So I guess if you do it a lot, we just want to make sure you've got a gate at the stairs. You're not going to fall down the stairs. It's not too dangerous. It's fairly common, and usually people grow out of it.
Okay.
Caffeine at night. So if you're having too many boba teas or sodas, that can make it worse.
Oh, wow. So yeah, I guess we know that caffeine can keep you awake, but sometimes we don't think about the fact that it's going to make it harder to sleep later in the day too.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some folks ask about sleeping in multiple parts. Like, is it okay to wake up and try to go back to sleep? Do you still get a good night's sleep that way?
So that's a great question. And there's been a lot of people who are interested in sort of the anthropology of sleep. How have people slept before electricity? How did people sleep in communities? And I think to answer your question, it's totally fine to do sort of multiphasic sleep where you sleep in different chunks, or maybe you're up for an hour or two in the middle of the night. I think one of the problems is we don't have enough time in bed to make that a comfortable opportunity for many people. So 100 years ago, people used to spend 10 hours in bed every night. That was the average amount of time you would spend in bed. It's fascinating. Wow. So if you think about, I'm giving myself a 10-hour window, I might be up for an hour or 2 hours. That's not so bad because I've got another 6 hours I can sleep.
Oh, wow.
So we can talk about how in a community, it might actually be helpful if you had some people awake at different times a day. So maybe somebody to go check on the animals, break up the ice, stoke the fire, look out for predators. It kind of makes sense living in a community with different people that they would have different levels of sleep and be different. But the way we kind of put so much pressure on like, okay, I've got to go to bed right now and I'm giving myself 6 hours and 32 minutes before my alarm goes off, that puts a lot of pressure and it makes us anxious about sleeping.
I am guilty as charged. I definitely do that. We have a question from a class. How long can a living thing go without sleep?
That is going to depend on the living thing. So I think one of the record can go the longest without sleep is going to be whale new mothers. So whales actually have to, and dolphin, breathe, right? So they don't really get that much chance to sleep. They maybe sleep 15, 20 minutes at the time, and then have to go up for air and continue on. Now, if you have a little baby whale that you have to take care of too, it's kind of the same for a new parent of a human where you're up and down and up and down. So they have to provide so much support. It can be a long time without good sleep. But to answer your question, people have actually died without just from a couple days of sleep deprivation. That's happened before in humans.
Oh, goodness. So it's really important to get a good night's sleep.
It's really important. It's not something you want to try as an experiment. We should just let everybody, every creature who wants to sleep, sleep.
So, I suspect we have some teens on here, and we've had questions about how hormones can affect teens and their mood and their dreams and their sleep pattern. So how does adolescence change all this?
So this applies for not only human adolescents, but also like mouse adolescents, dog adolescents. Like in many mammal creatures, as your body is going through puberty, you have something called a delayed circadian phase. So I am actually going to ask for slide number 9 to be brought up. So in delayed circadian phase, that's basically a fancy way of saying that your body wants to go to bed later in the night and sleep later in the morning. So as like a kindergartner or second grader, somebody who is like up and eager for the day at 7 a.m., all of a sudden when they start to become a teenager or late middle school, they get real sleepy in the morning, but they get a burst of energy after the sun sets. Now, that is totally normal and biologically appropriate. You see it in all species, and it corresponds with like how far into puberty are you? So what is changing, and we can actually measure this in teens, is when their body is making something called melatonin. So light suppresses your body's ability to make melatonin. And melatonin is a hormone that's made in the brain that tells you it's kind of like time for rest, time for sleep. In teens, that melatonin is pushed later and later into the night, which makes teens super sleepy in the morning. And that's one of the reasons I'm on with a group that's trying to get high schools and middle schools not to start before 8:30 a.m. because teen brains just aren't ready for it.
As the mom of a teen and a newly minted 20-year-old, yeah, that is very real. You brought up melatonin, and we had someone ask because some folks take melatonin to help them sleep, but we had someone say that it makes them groggy the next day. And are there other things that you can do instead of taking melatonin?
Yeah, that is a great question. And melatonin is actually a prescription drug in most countries. So it's sort of a loophole that we just sell it as gummies here. So I would only recommend taking melatonin under a doctor's suggestion. And the way we take it now, the best way, well, I'm not going to talk about the best way to take it. I'll talk about how you can make your own melatonin stronger. And melatonin is sometimes called the vampire hormone because it only comes out at night. So I'm wondering if anybody in the chat knows what can be something that humans can do that would make their own melatonin levels reduced. So if it's a hormone that's only allowed to be produced in darkness, what would happen that we're doing that would suppress our own melatonin?
I bet some teens out there or that have cell phones have an idea.
Right. So what we have, and we can actually bring up slide 11 is a good one to look at. We have a way, way more light at night now. So this is showing us from a satellite view of the United States in the 1950s, the 70s, the late 90s, and now just how much light pollution there is. So even if it's night, we often have a bunch of light coming in through our windows. And when we're on our phones, all that lights from our phones or our iPads are going to be suppressing our brain's own ability to make melatonin, which makes kind of our insomnia problem even more intense. Oh. So I really am a big fan of light blocking shades, of putting your phones away and out of reach during bed, and trying to make our nights darker so that our bodies can sleep better and our brains can do the important work of sleep, which I just realized I never talked about the learning part.
Oh, my goodness. So how does your sleep affect learning?
Okay. So our brain can learn new information, like acquire and study new information during the day. But the actual definition of learning is a relatively permanent change in the way neurons, brain cells communicate with each other. So that could be a structural change or an electric change that makes a new response to the same stimulus. So before, you might not have thought melatonin vampire hormone, but now that phrase, you're like, oh my goodness, what's that vampire hormone that only comes out at night that's made in the brain? It's melatonin. So you have to like link those concepts together. All right. So we've got to like change how those concepts are represented in our brains. And the part of the brain that does that is called the hippocampus. And slide 6 has a beautiful like illustration of the hippocampus. So this is a lot of preamble to answer your question about how sleep helps memory. So on the top, there's a picture of the human hippocampus. It's for the Greek word for seahorse because it's kind of curved like a seahorse. And on the bottom, you see the mouse hippocampus in like bright green. The hippocampus is a part of our brain that like takes that new learning that you did today, like melatonin is made by the pineal gland. It's a vampire hormone that because it only comes out at night and it helps us know when to sleep. All that new information has to be what's called encoded in your brain tissue. And we've got like 100 millions of brain cells that are talking to each other and storing these concepts. This pretty picture on the left with all those colors are the connections between neurons, the white matter that links like one concept to another. And what happens during sleep, and this is a process that's amplified during sleep, is our brain's hippocampus can say, what did I need to make that new memory about? Was it melatonin, the vampire hormone that only comes out at night? How do I get that into my cortex and how can I really get it cemented there? And during sleep, the hippocampus replays what we learned during the day to figure out what information should stay and what information should go. So what color were your socks 5 days ago?
Probably black.
If you always wear black, it's probably black. But if you change it up, you might not remember your socks from 5 days ago because it doesn't matter. That's your hippocampus saying, we don't need that information. We need to learn this. So people who don't sleep well have a harder time making new memories so that they're able to connect those new memories later. Because the sleep is a process that really helps the hippocampus make those changes that need to happen in our neural tissue to support new information.
Wow. So I'm seeing that folks are curious about how dreams work. Is that playing a role here?
Yeah, I love to talk about dreams. So dreams, I think, are such a cool play space for our brains. So when dreams happen, it looks like the brain is fully awake, like from our brainwave pattern, except it's not the same type of neurochemistry. It's slightly different neurochemistry that's happening during REM sleep. We have less of the stress neurotransmitter, norepinephrine, and a lot more of this memory neurotransmitter, acetylcholine. So don't need to know about those words, but it's just like the chemicals that are happening in our sleeping brain are different than the chemicals that happen in our waking brain. Also, the blood flow is different. When we are awake, we're really using this prefrontal cortex that's like, my name is Roxanne and I'm on YouTube. How cool is that? Right? So I've got my narrator talking about things. When we are in REM sleep and we're dreaming, we don't get our logical brain so much. Like things don't make as much logical sense when we are dreaming. But if I can pull up slide 5, I'm going to talk to you about something called the next up hypothesis, which stands for network exploration, to explore possibilities, to understand possibilities. So dreams are a chance for us not only to consolidate memories, right? So like, what did I do today? Often you'll have what's called like day residue in your dreams. So if you saw a new friend, they might pop up in your dreams. Something scary from a show might show up in the dreams. They're really important for processing emotions. So they help us kind of do an emotional reset. So one of the first questions was about mood. And having these dreams allows us to explore something without the stress neurotransmitter.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's really cool because we can maybe go back through that argument we had with a friend, or that embarrassing time you forgot how to do the math equation in front of everybody at school. But when your brain processes that, it's trying to figure out, is that important? What do I need to learn from this? And let me figure out a way it can go in my brain without causing so much anxiety in my body, because I'm not tagging this memory with the stress hormone norepinephrine. It's kind of cool. So it almost
Wow.
is like, forget the bodily or the stressful like parts of negative experiences, and also helps us explore, like, what would I do if I were being chased by a bear, right? So a lot of our dreams are kind of ancient concepts that would be something our ancestors 700 years ago, 1,000 years ago would have dreamed about. Like, I'm being chased, I'm alone, I'm separated. So these same basic feelings, the brain wants us to practice. What do I do in that situation? And that's
Oh,
called
wow.
threat rehearsal. How do I practice this situation? So it's like, even the nightmares are just a chance for our brain to practice stuff.
I guess I never really thought about the importance of dreams, like that my brain is doing work. It's doing real work during that time. Now, I'm just going to ask this question off the cuff, but is it normal to not remember your dreams or remember your dreams? How does that work?
It's completely normal and very healthy not to remember your dreams. And that's the cool part. You don't even have to remember them for them to do the work that makes you like an emotionally happier person, that makes you like comfortable, that makes you remember things. You don't need to remember your dreams. And in fact, if you remember like your dreams in detail every night, that might be a sign you're not getting good sleep. It might be a sign that you're getting a lot of wake in the middle of your sleep.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
interesting. The brain is amazing.
I love
Um,
brains.
and obviously, my friends, we are almost out of time already, and I could see questions still coming in. I really appreciate it. But if you want to learn more about this, go to sciencefriday.com/brain sleep. We've got lots more information there. And I want to just give the floor to our wonderful guest today, Dr. Prichard. Is there anything else that you want to just let our audience of young learners and lifelong learners know about if they're curious about sleep and the brain? What direction would you give them? What would you encourage them to learn?
I would think about honoring how important sleep is for you. So there's a lot of people that are like, oh, I'll do it later. You can sleep when you're dead. That kind of like silly talk like that. If you can learn, when does my body feel tired? I'm going to go to sleep when I'm tired, and I'm not going to feel embarrassed about sleeping. Sleeping is a sign of brain growth. It is awesome. So I'd never want you to feel bad about sleeping. That's your body doing what it needs to do.
And it's doing hard work during that
It
time that we
absolutely
may
is.
not even remember. Well, thank you so very much for being here today. Thank you, everybody, for all of your great questions during this session. I really appreciate everybody kind of bringing their best selves forward. Um, Dr. Pritchard, I learned so much from you. I am obsessed, and I know that you have some book recommendations that we can send out after this. If people want to keep on learning, like I said, go to sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain or sciencefriday.com/brain sleep to learn more about how sleep and memory are intertwined and how they work together. Um, Everybody, I am so thankful for everyone to be here. Please make sure that you pay attention and join us back here in just about an hour for our next interview. Anything else you want to say before we go, Dr. Pritchard?
Thank you so much for having me on, and I'm wishing everybody the sweetest dreams. And I'm so sorry that daylight saving time is going to rob you an hour of sleep this
I guess you're
weekend.
not in favor of daylight
I'm
savings
not
time,
in
huh?
favor of daylight saving time. We need to keep noon overhead. So sleep well. And if you can go to bed a little bit earlier over the weekend, that's going to make Monday feel just a little bit better when we have to wake up an hour early before our bodies have woken up.
That's fantastic advice. And I think we'll leave it right there. Thank you, everyone. Take care. And we will see you at 1:30 for our next guest.
Bye.
We've all been there. It's the night before an important exam, so you stay up late to cram, trying to memorize absolutely everything. You only get a few hours of sleep before rushing out the door the next morning for school. A few days later, you find that despite your hard work, you bombed the test. What happened? Your brain encodes and stores new information as memories that you can call up when needed. There are a bunch of types of memory, but when it comes to remembering facts for a test, you mostly use long-term and short-term memory. Your brain has a high capacity for long-term memory, which can last a lifetime. Short-term memory is what's actively in your mind right now. It can only keep a few pieces of information at once, and only for a few seconds or minutes. When you want to remember details you've learned before, your brain calls the information from long-term memory into short-term memory. But how does info go from short-term to long-term? That's where the hippocampus comes in. This squiggly seahorse-shaped structure in your brain is a bit like an inbox. It gathers and stores the new things you learn each day. Then, as you sleep, the information is processed and moved into long-term memory, which is stored in the brain's cortex. So, if you don't get enough deep sleep, your brain may not store what you studied in long-term memory. So how can you prep for the big test? Obviously, get a good night's rest. Not only will you be able to store memories better, but your brain will also work more efficiently the next day, making you more focused. To learn more, pick up other great studying tips, and solve a fun puzzle, visit sciencefriday.com/brainsleep.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Sandy, and I'm the Science Friday Education Program Manager. Thank you so much for being here today. I'm really glad that you joined us for our Hack Your Brain Kickoff live stream. We are so excited to have you here. I'm joining from New York City, so I want to know, where are you joining us from today? If you're signed in to a YouTube account, you can join us in the chat on the right side of your screen or below the video and let us know where you're watching from today, because we'd love to know. I'm always fascinated to see where people are from. That chat box is also where you're going to share your questions for our guest today, who I'll be introducing in just a moment. In case you don't know us, Science Friday is your one-stop shop for reliable and relatable science news. We're well known for our weekly science radio show, broadcast every week on, of course, Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern. So you can listen to us on your local radio station or by visiting us at sciencefriday.com and clicking the listen banner at the top of your page. You can also check out our website for transcripts or audio clips anytime, and we're available as a podcast. But of course, we're so much more. When you visit our page, you will see a variety of articles, educational activities, and community experiences like this one for those who love STEM. So be sure to check that out. Before we get started, I have a couple of reminders. Science Friday is committed to providing a welcoming and harassment-free environment. And since we believe that providing clear expectations is a necessary part of building a respectful community, here are the basics. Be supportive and respectful of one another when speaking or asking questions in the chat. Please share generously and listen closely. You can add your thoughts whenever you want in the chat, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be a question for a guest. You can just say, wow, that blew my mind. Let's try to stay on topic. Today, we are here to discuss the brain, learning, neuroscience, and related topics. And we reserve the right to remove anyone who engages in demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior today. Okay? Great. Thanks for sticking with me. All right, so let's get to the main event. It is time to welcome our guest for today's live stream. I would like to introduce Dr. Brenna Hassinger-Das. Dr. Brenna Hassinger-Das is a PhD and the Associate Professor of Psychology at Pace University. Her research examines the effects of both play and digital media on caregiver-child interactions and child learning. She is committed to translating her research for use by the public through community-based research projects, as well as blog posts and commentaries featured in outlets such as The Conversation and The Huffington Post, and of course now Science Friday. So welcome so much, Doctor. We really appreciate having you here.
Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to join you all today.
Oh, that's so great. Now, I am fascinated by your work, and I'm hoping that you can share a little bit more about the kind of research that you do, because I think it's so important, especially in this moment as we talk about education and learning.
Yeah, thanks, Sandy. So I really have two main areas of my research, but I'm going to talk mostly today, I think, a little about my play and learning work. And so I'm going to share a couple slides with you real quickly just to kind of give you a brief overview before we really dive into some of your questions. So my work focuses primarily on the way adults or caregivers and kids interact while they're doing certain activities. One of them is playing and one of them is using digital media. But why I'm so interested in play is that while adults sometimes think of play as like a guilty pleasure, something that like distracts you from your real work and your real responsibilities. However, play is a basic biological drive that's as important to our health as like sleep or healthy eating. And that's true for kids and adults, both. Next slide. But what is play? So as a researcher who studies play, I can tell you that not all researchers who study play agree about exactly what play is. And that's one of the most, I think, interesting things about this field. But these are some aspects of a definition of play that are generally well agreed upon. And this would be what we call free play. So playing kind of however you want is really, it's self-directed. So you get to decide how the play goes, what you want to do. No one's telling you what to do. You are choosing. the means are more valued than the end. So it's less about like what the goal is at the end and more about just like the whole experience of playing that makes it important. Play has structure or rules that comes from the mind of the player, not necessarily rules that are kind of like set up in the real world. So, you know, like a banana can be a phone in a play world.
Right,
It doesn't
right.
have to follow the rules of reality. It is often imaginative or mentally removed in some way from real or serious life. So a lot of times it involves some sort of pretend or just, suspending reality for a little while. And it also involves an active, alert, but not stressed frame of mind. So meaning that your mind's on, you're actively, engaging in whatever it is you're doing while you're playing. Next slide. But what if the goal is learning? So some of the stuff I just said, you might be thinking, okay, well, if it's self-chosen and you get to do whatever you want, how are you going to learn something? Because what if there's like a learning goal in the end? So there are different types of play. Next slide.
Okay.
But before I get into that, there's really these 5 principles that are coming from the learning sciences, cognitive science, developmental psychology, that folks have distilled from that wide range of literature that tell us what are the ways in which people learn best. So kids, adults, anyone. One is that context should be meaningful, which means that the context relates some way into your own life or your previous experience that you've had before. So by tying it into something you already know or something you've experienced, it makes it easier for you to retain that new knowledge. 2, joyful or just like having a good time. It's much easier to learn something when you're having fun instead of feeling bored or like disengaged. 3, socially interactive. And this is something I hope we'll talk more about later, but the idea that, interacting with other people is critical. And even from when we're born, our parents or caregivers are our first teachers. We learn pretty much everything from others. And the critical piece of the social interaction continues throughout our lives. We are, social creatures who are meant to sort of like interact with each other. 4 is actively engaging. And that just means that minds on piece I talked about earlier, that you are actively involved. You're not just a passive recipient of knowledge. Like think of someone like dumping knowledge into your head, like you're, a glass to be filled. No, you are engaging with the learning. You are kind of like hands-on and taking part. And finally, 5 is iterative, which just means that it's never a completed process. We're always like continually learning. We take what we've learned before and we build on it to learn something else. So it's like a cycle that just kind of like keeps going. It's not like you reach the end of the line and you finish, you're not going to learn anymore. It's constantly iterating. So we take these principles, next slide, and we think about how play is an ideal context that reflects those principles. Through play, we can do all 5 principles. And if you think about what's learned through play, well, for children and adults, so it doesn't matter, where you are in the lifespan, you can do things like develop critical thinking skills. You can learn new content, whether that's content in school, like learning, new vocabulary words through playing with certain toys, if you're, in a younger grade, or you could play a video game that teaches you division, in a higher grade. Or as an adult, you could learn that kind of content, or you could learn, rules for a new game. Say you learn like tennis, you've learned a new skill, something like that. You can also learn how to adapt to new situations. So being flexible in your thinking about how you approach new problems. You can do that through play because the situations are often very open-ended. It's not just telling you exactly what you have to do. Communicating with others, which is part of that, social interaction, as well as learning how to collaborate with others, whether you're, a child who's playing library with their friends and each person has a role they have to play, or, you're playing a sport or other game as an adult. Getting satisfaction from accomplishments, which also kind of gets into that joy piece I talked about before, just like, feeling like you've accomplished something. Like say you build a giant Lego that is, like you built, like the Death Star or something, and you're really excited because it has like 5,000 pieces and you've accomplished this great thing. You can also develop creativity. So, coming up with different scenarios, or like think about even, teens or adults playing tabletop, like role-playing games, like playing Magic the Gathering or something like that. You're, tapping into your creative ideas. And finally, managing emotions. And it's true for both kids and adults that we can learn how to kind of help regulate our own ways of feeling about things when we are in these kinds of like play situations, whether we're working with others or we're doing something solo. Like I said, you're building the Death Star, you might get frustrated because it's 5,000 pieces and you have to deal with your own emotions, whether it's with others or by yourself. Next slide. So this is just a graph that shows you a little bit about links between play and learning. So this is from a white paper that we did for the Lego Foundation. I did with my colleague Jen Zosh, who's actually watching today. And we did this about, we surveyed as much literature as we could find from all over the world about play and learning. And this is what we found. We found certain numbers of instances where studies find a link between learning through play and these different skills: cognitive, creative, physical, emotional, and social. You can see most of research primarily has been about cognitive connections between play and learning, but there's a lot also you can see about creative, physical, emotional, and social that show that there are, strong and research-backed connections that show that play and learning influence each other to help develop these skills. Next slide. But one particular area of my own work is in this type of play that we call playful learning. So playful learning is play that's guided by an adult or the environment towards a specific learning goal. So playful learning has 3 different components. Next slide. And that's what's on this chart here. So you can see the spectrum of play here, and those that are within the blue box are playful learning. So one is free play, which is what I told you about at the very beginning. This is like initiated by the child, directed by the child, and doesn't have an explicit learning goal. It's really that, child directed, whatever you kind of want to do. Guided play, however, is often initiated by an adult. So this could be a parent, a teacher. So for example, guided play can look a couple of different ways. One might be, for example, a teacher who has read a book to the class and wants the kids to go over certain words that they learned in the book. So now she's going to present them with toys that go with the book to get them to talk about the story. And then she might be able to join in their play and just say oh, hey, I see you have the knight. What is a knight? But not directing the play in such a way as saying okay, you have to do this, you have to move it over here, you have to do this, but kind of letting the children take the lead, but coming alongside of them to help support learning. Or it could also just be giving the toys and kind of letting kids go. There's different levels of guided play, and there is an explicit learning goal there. And finally, games are also a part of this. Games could be initiated by an adult or a child, but games are unique because they're like a closed system, right? They have their own rules that only exist within the context of the game. And anyone can kind of make up those rules though. And there's often, if we think about games for learning, there is a learning goal involved. I personally did a research study where we used a game to teach new vocabulary words to young kids. And then we tested them to see if the game was more effective or just kind of reviewing the words, not in a game format. And kids learn the words more effectively in the game format. And it's something about games that allows you to sort of piggyback on the structure that's there and the fun that you have in the game to help facilitate learning and create a flow state that makes it easy for you to kind of go along for the ride and pick up the content. And then the rest of them on the spectrum are way more adult directed kinds of instruction. So you see direct instruction, which is really like, if you're, any of our learners would be familiar, I think, with direct instruction. It's when you're just sitting there, maybe hearing a lecture, or the teacher's like, at the front of the class teaching you a new concept. So you can see how we kind of run the spectrum here from like the child is totally driving the interaction to the adult is totally driving the interaction. So that's what I have for just giving you a little overview about some of the things that I study. And yeah, I'm really excited to hear some of your questions.
So this is really interesting. And please, everybody, make sure you're putting your questions into the chat. If you have questions about how we learn or how play can help you learn. I'm very excited to see what you said about games, because our whole Hack Your Brain program and our brain awareness program next week is all about puzzles and games to help you learn. So that's really exciting. Let me get us kicked off with a question that was sent in advance. So how exactly do social interactions affect our learning? And more importantly, what are some practical approaches that how can we use that in our daily lives? How can adults use it to help kids? And how can kids use it to help themselves?
Yeah. So, I think what's really important to understand about like social interaction is that some researchers have suggested that, sharing information between individuals is kind of like a natural pedagogy. Like it's just in pedagogy, I mean like a way of teaching. And our best resources for learning are in fact those people around us, because there's an example that I like to give in my classes in college. And I'll say to my students, all right, I want you to imagine if everyone in this room was 4 years old, what would happen? How would we develop? Would we develop physically, socially, cognitively, emotionally? What would happen? And the point of that question is really for them to understand the importance of social interaction, especially with like an adult, or what Vygotsky, a famous like developmental theorist, would have called the more knowledgeable other. Someone who knows more than you do about a particular situation. And so what they'll usually say is like, yes, we've developed physically, cognitively, they're not as sure what would happen, because it gets you to stop and think, how do we learn these concepts?
Right.
Like, how do we learn language? How do we learn about math or about spatial skills? We learn them because we're interacting with an adult who already has experience in those areas. So like while our brains, when we're born, we have lots of things that are like innately present in our brain. So we have, a lot of people believe we have the, innate capability for language, or, some process in our brain that we're born with that allows us to understand language and develop it. But it's not just a matter of what we're born with. You have to also have the experiences in your environment that will help you use the skills that you might already have sort of in there in your brain waiting for you to use. And social interaction is really the key that sort of unlocks a lot of these skills. So if you didn't have that experience with, an adult who's speaking to you regularly, right, having like contingent conversations, which means like back and forth, teaching you, how to have a conversation, kids might develop some form of language, but it's not going to look like the language that already exists, because you don't have a more knowledgeable person sharing with you. Also, we learn a lot of other things from adults, like how to, interact socially. What are our social norms in our world? So like, how do you say please and thank you? How do you take turns? When you're waiting in a line somewhere, how do you learn to wait for something that's not coming to you immediately? And those are things adults teach us as well. We all know very young children are often not good at those things. And that's something that they need to learn how to do. And an adult can help them do that. So if we didn't have those kinds of social interactions, I think we would be missing, there would be a whole lot of things. And that's what I try to teach my students, that, you have to think about how adults for young children. And then even as, as we get older, we still rely on folks who are, older or more experienced than us to teach us things that we haven't experienced yet, and to help us kind of like make our way in the world and understand how things work. So I think that is something that I would want to make sure that everybody kind of can understand a little bit and think about that scenario. Like, what would happen if we were all the same age? And how does, interacting with others like help us to learn and develop?
And let me ask you, just kind of jumping onto that. What about, working with people your own age, or maybe like an older sibling? Do you still get those kind of benefits from social interaction when you learn?
Yeah. And it can also be, we can see, so the process of scaffolding, for example, is it's a technique that you can use to help someone learn something new. So scaffolding is basically like, if you think about what scaffolding looks like on a building, it's like platforms that people put up on the outside while they're doing construction work. So scaffolding in learning is the same kind of supports that are on a building when it has scaffolding on it. And scaffolding can be provided by a peer. It can be provided by an adult. It can be provided by anyone. And also, it's important that the person who's scaffolding has some knowledge or experience. But even when you're working in a group, and if you're all at the same level, you can also help each other through, using insights that you might have that your friend next to you didn't have the same insight as you. Even if you're both at the same level, you can help each other learn, because every person is obviously unique and different, and you have your own unique thoughts. And that's why I think, I know a lot of students, and some of our learners here might agree, that don't like group projects or group work, because
we've all had a bad experience.
I understand why. Yes, I too have had my bad experiences with group work. But I still like group work in a lot of ways, because I do feel like it gives you like diverse perspectives of your friends and other like people in your class, or in your cohort or whatever, and you can learn from them and their own previous experiences that they're bringing to the table that you haven't had. So I think you can, all of those factors kind of come together in social interaction to help you learn.
So collaboration is hard, but worth it.
Yes, that's the lesson.
We've got a question here that I think is kind of interesting. What do you do when you're working with a child or even a friend who just always wants to be the one who wins, when we're talking about games or even social interactions? How do you deal with that?
And I think that can be difficult depending on the age of the person. So I know in my own work, so for example, when I was in graduate school, I conducted my dissertation with kindergartners who were at risk for math learning difficulties. And one of the activities we did was a math game. And it was called the Great Race Game. And it is a number line, and they have to move their pieces. So we found, like, in that case, there was a lot of, like, when we had one board, there were a lot of issues because kids would like knock other kids' pieces off, and they would, like, I want to do this. We ended up giving them each their individual boards to kind of like help with that a little bit. Not necessarily, so that was to help them with a little bit with the competition aspect, because they weren't like shoving each other anymore. And kind of let them focus on their own area. And it made it a little easier for them when someone was a winner, to not kind of get really worked up about it. But I think it also depends just on like the age of the student that we're talking about. Because as we get a little older, it becomes a little less developmentally appropriate to be that upset about, losing a game. And so there's other strategies we might try, as a child gets older, such as, and even at the time when you can have a conversation with them, or, the teacher can think about how are games being used in the classroom? What are the students' strengths that we could, talk to them about, like, we're going to play this game. I really believe that you can kind of, you can play along, you can handle this, like, this is what's going to happen, at the end, so you know what's going to happen with a winner. Like, is someone going to get a prize? Like, what's going to happen? Kind of preparing students to hear like what's coming down the road. But I think especially for our youngest ones, it can help to do some modifications to games, especially if you're playing them in the classroom setting. Like I said about having individual
maybe
boards.
take away some of those.
Yes. Yeah. Especially, I'm talking like our youngest, our very young learners here, because they're just not developmentally ready yet necessarily. Some of them are, and some of them aren't to handle that. And so you want to just kind of like try to make it easier for them to process.
Yeah, and I think it goes back again to that kind of collaborative side of things. When I game with my kids or when I game in the classroom, I try to remind them that like we all bring different skills to the table.
Yeah,
we do a lot of role playing game in my family, so we love D&D. So we all have different attributes. We bring them to our quest, and we all win together. We've had some questions. I'm seeing some discussion in the chat. What are some activities that you can use to improve memorization and learning? I'm seeing people ask about video games or apps. So what can we actually do to learn better?
Yeah. So I actually really like this topic. And this is something I also talk to my college students about because it's something they're always concerned about. How can I study more effectively? I have all these classes, and how am I going to learn, all this material? So there's a lot of research out there that has looked at, good study skills. And as, memorization is a part of that, right? So, stuff I'm sure a lot of people have heard before, using things like mnemonic devices, like acronyms, like please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, or things like that you might remember, or like Holmes is the way to remember the Great Lakes, or, things like that are very helpful because they help you, you associate it with something that's easier to remember. And or like Roy G. Biv for remembering the colors in the rainbow. Also, chunking is another strategy that's helpful. So think about how like social security numbers or phone numbers are broken up into smaller chunks. So you're not asked to memorize your entire phone number. It's like 3 digits, 3 digits, 4 digits. That's what chunking is, essentially. It's breaking something up into smaller, like more reasonable sized pieces that are easier for you to remember. Then if I was like, here's 10 numbers, remember all 10. If you chunk them up into smaller groups, it's easier for you to remember them. Other things I think that are important are repetition. And I know our learners out there are probably like, dang it, that means studying. Yes, it means studying. I have an 11-year-old son, and he doesn't like hearing that either. So that's fine. There are certain ways to do repetition that are more helpful. So things like distributed practice, which means not cramming. So cramming would be like the day before a test, you just study all day, and that's it. But you didn't study before that. Distributed practice is more like every day I study for 10 minutes, up until the exam. So I'm not cramming. But distributed practice is more effective than cramming because you're taking information into your long-term memory, you're pulling it back out into your working memory, you're putting it back in. So you're manipulating it more often, and you're going to retain it better when you're doing that instead of just like dumping into your brain 3 hours before your test. So I think that's a really important one for students to know, is to try to do it over time, a longer period of time instead of cramming. Also using things like teaching others is a big one that's helpful.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah. So doing that with your friends, saying like, okay, I'm going to teach you about this concept. Like this battle of the Revolutionary War. I'm going to tell you who fought in it, where it was, all these details, because sharing with someone else is a great way to help reinforce the learning for yourself. And I think another one that can be helpful, and it really depends on your preference, but writing out your notes, again, recopying notes or material is another great way because by doing that, you're also like helping to cement that more in your memory. So if you have your notes, put another notebook next to it and just recopy what you've already written. And that's another way for you to just like take it in again, and instead of just reading it, which sometimes just kind of goes in one ear out the other, you know, it's just, if you're actually writing it. And we actually know there's research to suggest that like actually taking physical notes can be more helpful than typing. So like there's something about that physical act of writing that can be very helpful for remembering things.
Those are some really great tips. And honestly, that sounds a lot better than trying to cram. Like cramming isn't fun. Doing a little bit of studying each day and rewriting my notes feels a lot more doable. I can't believe it, but that's already our time. Thank you for those that sent in questions. Is there anything that you'd like to leave us with? One last thought that you'd like to remind our learners about?
Yeah, I think probably the most important thing that I would want you to know is that play and learning are not separate things, that it doesn't have to be boring if it's learning. Learning can be fun. You can have fun and you can be playful while you are learning something, no matter what age you are. And, you know, that's why learning through games particularly can be so fun, even for adults. So I just encourage all of you to keep playing and to have fun in school, and tell your teachers, you know, that this is a way that you like to learn, and that there's lots of games and things that you can be using at all different ages to play and have fun.
Thank you so much for that. And thanks for the reminder that our kids are experts in how they learn too. And you should advocate for yourselves.
Yes.
Thank you so much to everyone who attended our talk today, and for all your great questions. Thank you to our amazing guest, Dr. Hassinger-Das, Brenna. And make sure, folks, that you visit our event website at sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain, because we've got a full schedule of events for today, plus lots of other resources that you can use, and use the knowledge about how your brain works to make your life better, and to study better, and to have more fun. So thank you again, everybody, for being here. Thank you so much, Brenna. I really appreciate your thoughts, and I am going to make sure that I add more play to my studying and to my work life too.
Thank you so much for having me. It was great.
All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you again in about an hour for our next guest.
Have you ever seen a cool dance on TikTok and wanted to hit the floor with those moves yourself? That takes muscle memory. When you dance, you control your body on purpose. We call those actions motor tasks. When you perform a motor task for the first time, it takes a lot of focus. But if you do that same movement over and over again, It gets easier. Why? Your brain's gray matter, the cerebral cortex, has 4 lobes. In your brain's frontal lobe, there's an area called the motor cortex, which controls voluntary movements. Much in the way a driver steers a car, the motor cortex takes in information, processes it, and sends signals to other parts of the brain, which can then move your muscles. Meanwhile, the basal ganglia and the cerebellum work together to decide exactly which movements to make, when to make them, and how to coordinate and refine those movements. When you move your body, the neurons in your brain activate. As you learn new things, like new steps to a dance, new connections are formed between neurons in different areas of your brain. The more you practice the moves, the stronger the connections get. We call this ability of the brain to grow and change neuroplasticity. It's similar to the way you can mold and reshape plastic. So whether you want to master a new dance, score a goal in soccer, or play a new song on the piano, you'll need to build those neural connections through repetition to form muscle memory. With enough practice, you won't have to think as hard about those dance steps, and you can drop it like it's hot. To learn more about how your brain and body work together and try a puzzle with mystery dance moves, visit sciencefriday.com/brainmoves.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. I am Sandy, the Science Friday Education Program Manager, and I am so thankful that you are here with us today. I'm really glad that you joined us for today's Hack Your Brain live stream event, and we're going to have a lot of fun learning together today. I'm joining you from New York City, so I want to know, where are you joining us from? I'm always fascinated to hear where you're from. If you are signed into a YouTube account, you can join us in the chat, and you'll find that below the YouTube video or to the right side of the YouTube video, and you can just let us know where you're watching from today. That chat box is also where you're going to put all your questions for our guest today, who I will be introducing in just a moment. If you don't know us, Science Friday is your one-stop shop for reliable and relatable science news. We're well known for our weekly science radio show, broadcast every week on, of course, Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern. You can listen to us live on your local radio station or by visiting us at sciencefriday.com and clicking on the Listen banner at the top of our page. We also have all the audio clips there, transcripts, and we drop a daily podcast. But of course, we're so much more. When you visit our page, you will see a variety of articles, educational activities, and community experiences, just like this one, for everyone that loves STEM. So be sure to check that out. Before we get started, I just want to give a couple of quick reminders. Science Friday is committed to providing a welcoming and harassment-free environment. And since we believe that providing clear expectations is a necessary part of building a respectful community, here are the basics. Be supportive and respectful when speaking to one another or asking questions in the chat. Share generously and listen closely. You can add your thoughts whenever you want in the chat, even if it isn't strictly a question for our guest. You know, if something really blows your mind, let us know. Let's try and stay on topic. Today, we're here to discuss the brain, neuroscience, neurodiversity, and other related topics. And we reserve the right to remove anyone who engages in demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior today. Okay? Great. Thanks for sticking with me. All right, so let's get to the main event. It's time to welcome our guest for today's live stream. I would like to introduce Dr. Vikram Jaswal. I'm sorry, I had switched pages in my little script here. My apologies. But all right, so Dr. Vikram Jaswal is a professor of psychology at the University of Virginia. He studies how autistic people communicate and interact. The goal of his research is to find ways to better understand and support them, especially the 30% of autistic people who can't communicate effectively using speech. He runs the Jaswal Lab, where they study the cognitive and social processes underlying communication and social interaction to better understand and support autistic individuals and their families. Thank you so much for being here. I am really excited for this conversation.
Well, thanks, Andy. I'm excited to be here too and to be part of this kickoff for Brain Awareness Week. I thought maybe I could start by talking a little bit about neurodiversity and about autism, and then open it up for questions.
That sounds great. I'd love to know more about your work.
Yeah, sure. So as Sandy mentioned, I'm a professor of psychology at the University of Virginia. So I teach classes and I do research about how the mind works, how we take in, process, and use information, and how we tell other people about what we're thinking. So I'm really interested in differences in the ways people think and communicate, in the diversity of ways that people think, and neurodiversity. So that's what I'll tell you a little bit about today. So just to set the stage with what is neurodiversity, you've probably noticed that some of your friends are really good at puzzles and others may be really good at reading or math. Maybe some of your friends are really good at cheering other people up. So the brain, of course, is responsible for everything that we do. And so how well someone is able to solve puzzles or to cheer people up, that depends on things happening in the brain. So we're really lucky that there is such a variety of ways that people think, that there's such diversity in their brains, because it's going to help us to solve problems. Like, we have a lot of pressing problems now, and we need a diversity of brains, a diversity of ways to come at problems. That's what neurodiversity allows. So my research focuses on a group of people who think really differently from most other folks, and that's autistic people. So about 1 or 2% of people are autistic, and you might be autistic yourself, or you maybe know some autistic people, maybe you have family members or friends who are autistic. Autistic people's brains are wired such that, for example, they might notice things that non-autistic people don't notice very well. So, that can be great when you want to, I don't know, like find Waldo in a Where's Waldo page, or maybe look for patterns in data. But it can become a real problem if, for example, someone notices sounds and they find them really bothersome that non-autistic people don't notice. And so that's why you sometimes see autistic people wearing headphones. It's to help block out sounds that they find distressing. Another feature of autism is that because of the way autistic people's brains are wired, they can sometimes act in ways that non-autistic people don't understand. And that can make interactions between autistic and non-autistic people difficult. So I thought maybe this would be a good time to show a quick video of some autistic young people describing what autism is and some of the strengths and challenges it presents to them. So Diana, if you have that video, it'd be great if you show the first 2 minutes.
Hey.
So am I looking at you?
You can't just start me off with a question like that.
Oh, could you edit that? That sounded awful.
Autism is like a long ruler, and everyone on the planet is a part of that ruler.
It's a neurodevelopmental condition, so it's something I'm born with, it's part of who I am.
I get quite easily overwhelmed with bright lights and noises.
It's difficulty in communication and social interaction.
It feels as if neurotypical people were born with a manual about how to socialise, and I've only just become aware of it.
The problem is, the words they speak, normally it's hard to listen and keep up due to like accents or low voice, fast pace.
I feel like I'm in my own planet, and all of my life I've kind of had to travel from planet to planet, getting to know different kinds of people but never fully understanding them.
When I go to Waterloo Station with all the big crowds, it makes me stressed and angry that all the big crowds.
It can give us a unique perspective on the world and be able to look at information differently and see situations differently.
I focus very easily on the things that I like.
I'm not necessarily very good at always coming up with things to say on the spot. And I don't know why I've said that, I'm really self-conscious about the fact that I'm speaking. But if I'm given time to kind of collect my thoughts and write stuff down, I think I'm getting quite good at writing and writing about autism.
You can't mix us all into one autistic label because we are all so different.
I guess I act very weird. I like that, and I'm not letting anybody stop me from being weird.
That's great, Diana. You can stop it there. Hopefully at the end, we'll have a chance to listen to some of their comments about how best to support them. So in my research, we try to understand how autistic people experience the world, and we work with autistic people to try to find ways to support them. And often, this involves providing information to non-autistic people to help them understand more about autism. So before we open it up to questions, which I'm really excited to hear, I just want to make one last point. As Sandy mentioned, about 1 out of every 3 autistic people has difficulty speaking, and some don't talk at all. Some might repeat back words and phrases, and we don't know why. But lots of mistaken assumptions get made about people who can't speak. It's really important to remember that there's a difference between speech and language. Someone who can't speak may understand everything that they hear, and if they're provided with the right kinds of tools, they can learn to communicate. So if you think about deaf people, for example, many of them use sign language rather than speech to communicate. And many non-speaking autistic people have learned to communicate by typing on an iPad or a keyboard. So one line of research in my lab, which maybe we'll have a chance to circle back around to, has focused on how we might use tools and technology like augmented reality to help non-speaking autistic people learn the skills to be able to communicate in alternative ways. So that's a little flavor of neurodiversity and autism in particular, and I'm happy to and excited to hear your thoughts and questions.
I'm so excited, and so thank you for sharing kind of the perspective of some autistic young people, because I feel like it is an often misunderstood, way of experiencing the world. So I think this is really interesting and a great opportunity. So folks, make sure you're putting your questions into the chat. We have half an hour to get some great questions and some answers for you. But let me start with some questions that were sent in advance. So you touched on this, but how can gaming and electronic devices be used to affect the learning for autistic children?
Great question. I think sometimes gaming and electronics is seen like as a bad thing, like something to avoid when it comes to learning or when it comes to supporting people. But actually, of course, one of the greatest innovations in the context of autism has been the iPad, particularly for people who don't have a way to communicate using speech, because lots of amazing apps and training programs have been developed to provide non-speaking autistic kids and adults with access to communication by using the iPad in a way that lets them, type or use icons in order to communicate what they would like. So that's not so much about gaming, but just about technology. I mentioned that in my lab, we've been using augmented reality, which, probably most people affiliate with games, but it can also be used for educational purposes. And the way we use it is by creating modules or games that can help non-speaking autistic people learn how to communicate by typing. I think the other thing I would say is that for all autistic people and all non-autistic people, or many of them, it seems like there's a real, people are really drawn to screens. People really like technology and they like things occurring and having some kind of contingent interaction between themselves and some content on the screen. And yeah, sometimes it can be used for playing mindless games, and we all enjoy a little relaxation.
Sure.
If there are ways to gamify things that we think would be supportive of other people to help them to learn, then that's absolutely something we should do. And a lot of research is being done in that. And indeed, there are already a lot of applications that are helpful for that purpose.
Now, you mentioned augmented reality. What does that mean? Because I'm thinking like the big headsets and things like that. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so actually that's absolutely what we're talking about. We make use of a device that's actually pretty bulky, and it allows us to project holographs, basically, or holograms, into a person's actual environment. So, if you were in the kitchen, you could see your actual refrigerator and your actual stove, but we might be able to project a virtual vase of flowers. And you could interact with that in such a way so you can move the flowers out of it and put them into a different virtual vase, for example. So we use it as a way to, because I think technology, as I was just saying, is really interesting and exciting to a lot of people. It can be motivating in and of itself. And so we use it to create different kinds of communication interfaces that are really hyper customized to a particular individual's sensory profile. You heard about in that video, and I mentioned a moment ago, a lot of autistic folks experience really extreme sensory sensitivities. And so this can mean things are too bright or sounds are too loud and so on. So we can actually, through augmented reality, hyper customize an environment that's suitable for a particular individual.
So I take it that a lot of folks that are autistic have just brains that just process sensory information differently.
That's right, absolutely. And as I mentioned, that can be a really good thing. Like if you are trying to identify patterns in data, for example, it can be really good that you notice lots of things in the environment that other people might not notice, non-autistic people might not notice. But it can be a real challenge if the feel of your socks on your feet bother you because you haven't habituated to them, you haven't gotten used to them in the way that some non-autistic people might, or the tag on a t-shirt or a sweater, right, can become really bothersome. So, and this is absolutely because autistic people's brains are wired differently from non-autistic people's brains.
So let's take a little step back. When we talk about neurodiversity, what does that really mean? Because it's often described as a spectrum. So there's a lot of variation, right?
Mm-hmm. So I would say, there's a lot of discussion about what the current definition is and what the best definition should be. I would say that neurodiversity really just is a fact. It just reflects the fact that everybody's brains differ from everybody else's brains. And just like we benefit from biodiversity, right? I mean, the fact that there are different animals and plants and insects, like we benefit from that as humans. Imagine what it would be like if there were only humans and nothing else. We wouldn't survive very long. We wouldn't be able to eat anything. We wouldn't have shelter, and so on, right? And so just as we as a species benefit from biodiversity, so we also benefit from neurodiversity, from the fact that people's brains differ. Some of that difference is caused, for reasons that we don't understand yet, by differences, innate differences. But some of the brain differences that we experience come about from the different kinds of opportunities that have been given to us, and by the different kinds of cultures that we've grown up in, and by the different kinds of educational systems that we've been exposed to. And so we as humans can also benefit a great deal by encouraging the diversity of brains to come to the table when trying to, as I said, solve some of society's biggest challenges currently. We're going to benefit from different ways of looking at the same problem.
That connection to biodiversity makes so much sense to me, and I'd never really thought about it in that context. Which brings me to our next question. Someone asked, is neurodiversity considered a disability?
Yeah. Here, I think there is some confusion. I think a lot of people, when I say, everybody, we're all part of a neurodiverse world. Our brains differ from everybody else's world. But, some folks, their brains are wired in such a way that they can't really thrive in the way that they would like to in an environment that wasn't set up for them. So we refer to them as neurodivergent folks. So neurodivergent folks could include people who are autistic. It could include people who are dyslexic, people who have dysgraphia, OCD, lots of brain-based conditions that mean that they think differently. And those conditions are absolutely disabilities if they're preventing somebody from being able to interact and flourish in the world in the way that they would like to. I think it's important to step back a second and think about what a disability is, because disabilities can be temporary or they can be lifelong. If you break your arm, that's probably a temporary disability. But if you're born blind or deaf, that's a lifelong disability. Or autistic, that's a lifelong disability. Disabilities can be really significant. They can cause a significant amount of challenge for somebody, or they can just be kind of a minor inconvenience. That doesn't mean that some disabilities are more important than others. It's just like this is the scope, this is what's included under disability. And so I think the definition that I have found most useful when thinking about disability is, and I'll just read it here. It's from somebody called Dunn, D-U-N-N. Someone is considered disabled if their ability to participate in an activity that's routine for a non-disabled person, for example, walking, seeing, speaking, is restricted for a reason other than a lack of experience. So, babies don't walk and don't speak, but we wouldn't consider them to be disabled. They haven't yet had the opportunity to develop those skills. And so, disability is there's a really interesting and important distinction between a couple of models of disability. On the one hand, there's the medical model of disability, and that's what you'd expect. Like if you break your arm, you should go to the hospital and get that fixed. So the medical model is focused on fixing the individual. And then there's a social model of disability, which points out that a lot of the challenges that disabled people face come not from things that are intrinsic to them, but at least in large part by barriers that society has put forward, either sort of physical barriers or institutional barriers or attitudinal barriers. And so we might be able to support disabled people, including neurodivergent folks, by making changes to the environment, recognizing that we all share responsibility in making the world a more accommodating place for folks. So like just to give one specific example, a lot of autistic folks, I don't know, they are very sensitive to fluorescent lights. And so if we could find some solution in the environment, we might be able to come up with a different kind of light bulb or create a different way to mask whatever it is that they find difficult about those fluorescent lights. Then that would obviously be an environmental change that could help autistic people without insisting that the autistic people themselves change.
I think that's such an interesting way to frame it as opportunity, to kind of make the world better or different or just more conducive to more people, rather than always putting that onus on someone with the neurodivergence.
Well, I think that's absolutely right, Sandy. And like when you think about it, the classic example that's given in scholarship about disability, when it sort of making the case that environmental changes can have a big impact, not just on disabled people, but also on everybody else. The classic example, of course, is curb cuts. So, when you come to the end of a sidewalk, it used to be the case there's just a drop off.
Right.
Now, any new sidewalk that gets built and you come to the end of the sidewalk into a street, there's going to be a curb cut. And that's, of course, helpful for people who are using a wheelchair. But it's also helpful for people who are learning how to ride their bike on the sidewalk, and for people who are pushing a stroller, and lots of other folks benefit from this. Another wonderful example is closed captioning. So closed captioning, of course, helps people with low hearing to understand what's happening. But it turns out that there's a really good research in psychology to suggest that everybody benefits, retains more information, encodes more information when the closed captioning is available and on. So, lots of the environmental changes that are made to accommodate disabled folks are really helpful to non-disabled people as well.
It's funny you mention that, because my eldest is dyslexic, and of course they use a lot of text-to-speech readers to help them. And I realized, oh my goodness, that helps me get through all these papers when I'm in graduate school, like to stay engaged. Yes. So it was an accommodation that we started using for them, but I quickly realized it's useful for anyone.
Right.
So I think that's such an important point. It sounds like this might actually be really hard to put context around, but how common is neurodivergence? I mean, kind of what you're saying here is that everybody has, diversity in their brains. But when we're talking about things like autism, like how common is that? Because there's been a lot of discussion I've seen lately about, more people are autistic now than ever before. Is that true? I mean, I'm very curious to know.
Well, it's certainly true that more people are given a diagnosis of autism or self-diagnosis autistic than used to be the case in the past. And the reasons are complicated, but in some ways they're actually pretty straightforward. There is more awareness of autism. Like, 40 years ago, some people probably knew about autism, but it wasn't nearly as widely known as it is now. I think there's also reason to believe that our diagnostic tools have gotten better. So it used to be the case that women and girls were quite unlikely to be diagnosed as autistic, but now we know that in fact autism may present differently in women and girls than it does in boys and men. And so, like, with the understanding that with the greater awareness, better diagnostic tools, and also there has been a broadening of the criteria to recognize that there are similarities between people in ways that hadn't been recognized before. Like, I think that explains a lot of the increase in prevalence that you've seen. I think right now it's around between 1 and 2% is typically what you hear. I think in the United States, there's some research to suggest that's around 1 in 36 or something like that. And what's also interesting, of course, is that there are cultural differences in how prevalent autism is. So different countries have different rates of autism. And some of that probably reflects the fact that some cultures may be better able to accommodate autistic people without additional support than others, and some maybe less so. So yeah, it's an evolving question and evolving answers.
Oh, and we have someone here just sharing that they're almost 50 and was just diagnosed. And, you know, I guess, are we all a little autistic? It seems to be. And I guess we all have different brains.
Right. No, I appreciate that question. Actually, I've heard I have a number of autistic friends, and I've heard from a number of autistic folks that they also kind of react against this notion that we're all a little bit autistic. It is true that we all have different brains and we think in different ways, but in some ways, that kind of statement might, as the person who asked the question, it might make that autistic person feel like their actual challenges are not being recognized for what they are. So I think that's a concern. There's reason to believe that we all fall under an umbrella called the broader autism phenotype, and maybe we have challenges in some areas and strengths in others and so on. But people who are diagnosed as autistic or who self-diagnose and haven't yet been able to get a medical diagnosis, right, they actually experience, it is a disability, they experience real challenges and need accommodations in order to be able to live the lives that they like.
Wow. Well, we are almost out of time, and I know that you had one other thing that you wanted to share with us. So maybe,
yeah, Diana, if we can start up the video right where it ended from a moment ago, then this is the same group of young autistic folks offering suggestions about how they can best be supported.
Small changes can make such a massive difference for us.
Really tiny adjustments, that can be the difference between them being able to take part and not being able to take part.
The best way to help us is to listen to our needs and pay attention to them.
We all have very different sensory needs, we have very different social needs and other things.
I want more people to understand that when I'm struggling.
Some space away from an overwhelming environment. I need someone to talk to me and reassure me that everything is okay.
One thing that people could do, be nicer to people who have autism.
We will need more time to do things, and that doesn't mean that we're not making a strong enough effort. If you're patient and kind, and if you read about autism and know what kind of condition I have, then it's very likely that our results, that the things that we make, are going to be a lot better.
To all of you who have autism, you are quite a lucky person, because you're, well, 1 in a million, and you can do amazing things.
It's okay to be autistic.
It's a big part of who I am, and without it I'd be a different person.
That was great. That was great.
Well, I want to thank you for the opportunity to chat a little bit about this, Sandy. And also, just as the video said, like, the best way to learn about autism and neurodiversity, of course, is from autistic folks and other neurodivergent people. And there's lots of resources available, including some wonderful fiction for young adults as well as adults. And then also there are some fantastic works of nonfiction, that I hope Diana mentioned, and perhaps it would be possible to circulate some of the materials to those who have registered. And of course, if people are interested, they can always reach out to me, and I'm happy to offer some suggestions.
I appreciate that. And yes, we will be sending those resources via email to everybody that's registered. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. I learned so much. And thank you to everyone who attended and listened in and asked questions or shared their thoughts. Please make sure that you visit our website, sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain, for more information about how your brain works and some fun puzzles and games, because games seem to be a theme today for how useful they are for learning for all of us. Definitely check that out. And then our schedule of events, we'll be back in about an hour with our final guest of the day. But before we go, I just want to say again, thank you so much, Vikram. This was absolutely illuminating, and I really appreciate just how you share neurodivergence as kind of something that we can all understand and support, and just kind of make the world a better place for all of us by making it hopefully a little bit better place for those who are autistic.
Great. Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you. Take care, everybody. We'll see you in about an hour.
Stress. It's a part of life. But what is it? Why do you experience it? And most importantly, how can you control it? When you're faced with a challenge or a threat, a stressor, your mind and body respond by setting off physical, chemical, and emotional changes. Stress can build and simmer, like when preparing for a school concert. Or it can strike quickly and intensely, like when your teacher gives you a pop quiz. When stressed, your brain sends signals to the adrenal glands, which release stress hormones. These hormones are the reasons you feel changes in your body when you're stressed. Different body systems may respond differently to stress. For example, in the case of the muscular system, muscles may tense and you may feel rigid. Your respiratory system may respond with shortness of breath. Your adrenal gland may release adrenaline into your cardiovascular system, increasing your heart rate and breathing and setting off your fight or flight response. Humans evolved the fight or flight response to keep us safe from danger and predators, but our brain still interprets most stressors in the same way. A quiz can't physically hurt you, but your brain may not know that. But there's good news. Anyone can learn to cope with stress. Changing how you think about the stressor can determine how your brain and body will react. Getting enough sleep, eating healthy foods, and getting regular exercise help your body handle stress. Meanwhile, practicing mindfulness or meditation can help your brain deal with stress in a positive way. The important thing is learning to flip the script on stress, focusing on the positives instead of the negatives, so your brain learns not to overreact. To learn more about stress in the brain and to try your hand at solving a puzzle about this topic, visit sciencefriday.com/brainstress.
Hello, hi everyone. I'm Sandy, the Science Friday Education Program Manager. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really glad that you joined us today for our Hack Your Brain Kickoff live stream event. I am joining you from New York City. So first thing I want to know is, where are you joining us from today? If you are signed into a YouTube account, you can join us in the chat to the right side of the window or below this video, and let us know where you're watching from today, because I'm always fascinated to know where people are coming in from. That same chat box is where you're going to share your questions for our guest today, who I'll be introducing shortly. If you don't know us, Science Friday is your one-stop shop for reliable and relatable science news. We're well known for our weekly science radio show, broadcast every week on, of course, Fridays at 2 p.m. Eastern. You can listen to us live on your local radio station or by visiting us at sciencefriday.com and clicking on the Listen banner at the top of our page. You can also go there anytime for transcripts, audio clips, or listen to our podcast, which comes out every day. But of course, we are so much more than just a radio show. When you visit our page, you'll see a variety of articles, educational activities, and community experiences, just like this one, for people who love STEM. So be sure to go and check that out. And before we get started, just a couple of quick reminders. Science Friday is committed to providing a welcoming and harassment-free environment. And since we believe that providing clear expectations is a necessary part of building a respectful community, here are the basics for today. Be supportive and respectful when speaking to one another or asking questions in the chat. Share generously and listen closely. You can add your thoughts whenever you want in the chat, even if it isn't a question for our guest. You can say, oh my goodness, I never knew that before, or that blew my mind. We love to hear that. But do try and stay on topic. Today we're talking about the brain and how our brain develops over time throughout our lives, neuroscience, and all kinds of those related topics. So let's try and stay on that. And we do reserve the right to remove anyone who engages in demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior today. Okay? Great. Thanks for sticking with me. So let's get to the main event. It is time to welcome our guest for today's live stream. I would like to introduce Dr. Beatriz Luna. Welcome.
Hi, everyone.
Dr. Luna is a distinguished Stoughton Professor of Psychiatry and Pediatrics and Professor of Psychology and Bioengineering at the University of Pittsburgh. Wow. She is the founder and director of the Laboratory for Neurocognitive Development, which she's going to tell us more about, and founder and acting past president of the Flux Society for Developmental Cognitive Neuroscience, and editor-in-chief of the journal Developmental Cognitive Neuroscience. Dr. Luna uses multimodal neuroimaging to investigate the neurobiological mechanisms that support the transition from adolescence to adulthood, when lifetime trajectories are determined to inform basic processes of normative development and abnormal trajectories, such as in mental illness. So, you know, nothing big, tiny stuff. She has received numerous awards, including the Presidential Early Career Award in Science and Engineering, the Provost Award for Excellence in Doctoral Mentoring, the Distinguished Professor Award for Psychiatry. Her research has been continuously supported by the National Institutes of Mental Health and informed the U.S. Supreme Court's briefs regarding extended sentencing for the juvenile justice system. Her extensive media history also includes a cover story in National Geographic and PBS special with Alan Alda called Brains on Trial, and now Science Friday. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Luna.
Well, I am super excited to be here, and thank you for that really great introduction, Sandy. And let me tell you a little bit about what I do.
Yeah.
So I've been fascinated with teenagers. I was a crazy teenager, and so many things are happening when you're a teenager. You're getting in trouble, and you're doing really fun things. Everything is being driven by, you know, you're searching for fun, you're searching for peers and so forth. But it's also a time when mental illness starts to emerge. Why is this happening, right? So we've been looking into the brain. We've been looking at the chemistry of the brain, how the brain is structured, how it's connected, trying to understand what is it that is changing in the brain that's making you into an adult. And some of the things that we have found is, number one, in adolescence, there is chemistry in the brain, for example, dopamine, and it's functioning at a very high level at a time when you are able to make decisions like adults. You don't always do them. It's
Well, no.
stable. And they're being driven by this extra motivation. And it's a good thing. It's the time that the brain is saying, you know what? I've given you everything you're going to need. Now I need you to go get your own experiences. Go out there, hang out with your friends, read new books, study new things, find what you really like, because I need that information to decide who you're going to be as an adult. So, and that's really determined by use it or lose it. So the brain doesn't try to be good or bad, right? So you're born with a genetic predisposition, an environment, and all through development, the brain is trying to make sense of these two. In adolescence, the brain, you get this upsurge in hormones. It says, okay, time to start figuring out what you're going to be as an adult. And all these different mechanisms are occurring in the brain, trying to decide who you're going to be. And based on a use it or lose it. So if you are predisposition for depression in an environment that you're experiencing depression over and over again, the brain doesn't know what's good or bad. It says, oh, you're using this circuitry a lot. We're going to make that primary. And then you end up with the predisposition for depression. Of course, there are ways that one can control this, especially if it's caught early, and you can start to engage other systems that will allow you to control that tendency to have depression and so forth. So, we've been trying to identify what are the chemicals and all these like really wonderful things that we love in our lab. We use MRI machines. We're putting kids in there all the time and and doing all these sophisticated methods to try to understand different parts of the brain. What are they doing? How are they changing? And, we're starting to understand how there is a switch from adolescence to adulthood. And this is going to allow us to then understand when things are not proceeding the way that we would expect them to proceed. And the last point that I'm going to make when it comes to neurodiversity and, different mental illnesses and so forth, we don't see it as a broken brain. We see that the brain adapted to what it was given. It was given a genetic predisposition in a particular environment, and the brain did a fantastic job. Again, it doesn't know what's accepted in society.
Right.
It just says, this is what you gave me, and this is what comes about. And what you end up with is maybe some parts of the brain are being used less or more, not because they're broken, just because the adaptive process made other circuitry predominate. So I think that's, it's something that I call a lot of my colleagues on. Stop talking about a broken brain. It's not a broken brain. It's a brain that adapted perfectly in a particular set of circumstances. So I'd love to hear what people have to say. Ask me about everything. I'm excited to hear from kids to adults, from parents and teachers and anybody else.
All right. Wow. That is such a great way to think about it is, we are all different. Our brain, all of us are experiencing different things, and our brains are just doing the best that it can to take in all of what's going on and just kind of give us the best that it can. And that's a really great way to think of it. And I appreciate not thinking about it as broken. So we do have some questions that were sent in advance. I'm going to start with those so that maybe people will get ideas. So one of the questions that came in was about hormones. How do hormones as a teen and changing throughout life affect your mood, your dreams, your brain? What is the role of hormones on our brain and on our learning?
Well, so puberty has one big aim, and that is to reproduce. What does that mean? That, changes are going to occur to motivate you to be interested in forming peer groups, to be interested in finding mates. And within that, there are a lot of behaviors that come to the fore, right? the attraction to somebody else, being sensitive emotionally to how you're being perceived by others. And that's all in many ways supported by these changes in puberty, which you didn't have as a child. So all of a sudden, you have these emotions and these drives that you didn't have before. And it's also a way for the body to tell the brain, look, we are reaching this level where we have, like I said before, when it's time to get these new experiences to figure out who you're going to be. So it's playing those roles. And of course, it's going to affect your behavior, of course, your dreams as well, because when you're sleeping, you are actually creating associations based on your experience that you had during that day. And these experiences that you have because of the heightened hormones have a lot of emotion in them. And memories that are connected to emotions are the ones that are processed the most and really influence what your memories are going to be.
So it sounds like that could be kind of a stressful process. Does stress get processed in a different way when you're a teen, when you're going through that transition?
Well, I mean, so for example, this is a really interesting finding that we had. We looked at the brains of kids before COVID and adults, and then we asked them, how did you feel during COVID? And we found that the perception of stress increased with age. And the youngest ones who did perceive that they were stressed actually had the brain circuitry that was more mature, similar to that of adults. So it's really giving us a view that in many ways, when you're young, sometimes you don't have a name for the emotions that you're feeling, such as stress. Now I think youth are more familiar with these terms, but sometimes they will not know what stress is. And stress, like many things in our life, is what I call the Greek principle. Too little, too much, bad. There's a sweet spot of moderation. Too little stress is not good either, because a little bit of stress is needed for motivation. When you have a lot of stress and it's persistent, it's there for a while, well, then that's engaging, aspects of the brain, like increases in cortisol, which could not be beneficial for brain development. And again, in this whole idea of use it or lose it, the more that you feel stress, the brain is going to lean towards feeling stress further on down the line, because that's a circuitry that's getting stronger.
Got you. So how can youth cope with things like anxiety and stress and work through that in a healthy way?
Well, so we're all trying to understand the answer precisely to that question, right?
Right.
So all that I can say is what we know also about adults.
Okay.
And it's really the principle of you have your affect, your emotions, and then you have your cognition. So finding ways to engage your cognition to control and win that race over the emotions. So, for example, mindfulness. What does mindfulness do? But really engages your executive system to now start thinking about your breathing, or identify sounds that you're hearing, or you're walking down the street, find everything with the color yellow, and all of a sudden that has relaxed you, right? So there are many different ways. Another way is to engage the vagal system. There are many ways of doing that, like putting a cold pack for 2 minutes in the back of your head, things of that sort that can provide some sort of relief. And then the most important part is to really identify, and this is for anxiety as well, right? Don't call yourself stressed or an anxious person. Identify what is making you anxious, what is stressing you, and then analyze that separate from who you are as something that you can actually see, and then you can really think about it and say, is this really worth the stress? Yes, I have, I'm going to go to a party. I don't know anybody. What if they don't like me? And things of that sort. And you start to get really stressed and flustered. And then if you can take a step back and go, so what? I go in there, I'm going to have fun.
See, this is one of my mind-blowing moments here. Yeah, because I do tend to think of myself as like, oh, I'm always stressed out. But maybe if I focused instead on the thing that was stressing me instead of internalizing that, maybe I'd be better off.
It's not an easy thing.
No. And folks, I just want to remind you, while we're talking, we want to see your questions too. So make sure you're adding them to the chat. You mentioned COVID and how it kind of has changed, I think, a lot of us. We had a question. Are today's teenagers learning, understanding, and processing differently than teenagers before? So are we changed? Are we different?
There are some things that I think the main principles are the same. So we're dealing with the same mechanisms in the brain of change, of plasticity, of go get me new experiences. I think, some of the things that we have found, and there's a lot of people that look into this, that in Western societies, adolescence is prolonged. And in societies that are not, as, I hate to say advanced, but whatever, as industrial, adolescence ends earlier. What does that mean? That means that a prolonged adolescence, you have longer time to experiment, to do sensation, to get new experiences. I often tell people, going to grad school is kind of like prolonging that adolescence. So it can be a good thing. It gives you a long time to specialize. We can see that people get married later, take their time to choose what it is that they want to do with their lives. And that can all be a perfectly good thing. When does it stop? We believe it's when responsibility comes to the fore. When you have a kid, when I like to say, when you start paying your own cell phone bill. Even my 30-year-old kids are still in our. So it's things like that. But you're right. I mean, I think what you're talking about, especially in the reference to COVID, is that different things have emerged, historically at different times. And is that changing? It could be affecting that, the intensity of the change that one has, how emotions are being processed during that time, and how long that period of adolescence is going to last.
Right. And, you mentioned, and I guess other folks have mentioned too, what role does things like social media or digital technology or like the ubiquitous cell phone play on our adolescence and our transition to adulthood? Does it have an effect?
That is such an important question. I get asked that a lot. And I've gone to conferences on social media, and I think that our initial thought of it is, this is horrible. They're on the screen the whole time, blah, blah, blah. This cannot be good. But there's not enough science, but the little science that there is not showing that.
Oh.
It hasn't, and there's also this, what came first type of situation. So people might say, oh, social media ended up, and I have a child that has depression. It must have been the social media. But it could have been that the depression was there and that led them to social media. And there are many aspects of social media that are beneficial. It really helps, marginalized groups have a forum where they can feel accepted. All that said, like I said before, the brain is developing in a use it or lose it sort of a thing. If you're looking constantly and not engaging in social activities or going outside, well, then the brain is really going to be focused on that sort of attention, that sort of type of interactions. So I think as we start to learn more and more, we're going to find out what the actual long-term outcomes are. But I was surprised myself to see that there's really no evidence at this point that it's, the cause of all ill. Of course, bullying is a whole other thing, right? So it's a platform where kids can really be undermined, and it can be very hurtful, and something that maybe wouldn't have been as direct before we had social media.
Is bullying more common during adolescence? And if it is, why or why not?
I don't know if it is or not. I think it probably is, although I see a lot of bullying in adulthood as well.
This is true.
It is more hurtful, probably. And, I think if people look back, we all had some period where we felt that we were bullying as we were trying to find our identity and trying to see where our pecking order was. And that's also something that happens during this period of when you're a teenager, trying to find out where you fit. And sometimes doing that makes you be, bully. Then there are real bulliers who are often, and I would say maybe all the time, real bullies are people who really have, mental health issues.
Okay.
And one doesn't know what they're experiencing at home, what their experiences have been that have led them to be so aggressive. And there are things like borderline personality disorder, or things of that nature, where those individuals can't help themselves, but make themselves, I am the best, I do everything the best, and you're not, and I'm going to put you down, and I'm going to eliminate you. Yeah.
And I guess it's that use it or lose it. If that's what your brain becomes accustomed to, that's going to then persist as you get older and become an adult. So it's just going to be your default, I guess.
Yes.
You mentioned, and folks, make sure you're putting your questions in the chat. You mentioned like social interactions. And I know as a mom of 2 teens that their peer groups, their social interactions are so important at that age. Why is that so important for their brains? Like, why is that such a focus?
It is so important. Social processing is enormous. And like I said before, it's really connected to the fact that you're going through puberty. And that at the end of the day, what our genes want are to survive. And to survive, you have to reproduce and be in an environment that will help you survive. And for that, you need peers, you need community, you need to find a mate. And therefore, in adolescence, the brain is saying, okay, this is a time when I need you to go and do this. Go find friends. Even if you don't find friends, think about what the social aspect of your life is. And it becomes extremely, extremely important. And again, it's an adaptive process. And, it can be thrilling and wonderful, and it can be very difficult at times. Groups fall out. People really change. My husband was a high school teacher, and he used to tell me, oh boy, that when they come back from the summer vacation of 9th grade, they're totally different, right? So then, friends who were friends before, they come back, they see themselves in school, and now they're not jiving together anymore. So it's something that is particularly important during adolescence. And hey, people, ask me questions. I give these talks to high schoolers, and I love the questions that I get asked. Things that I would have never thought about, from smoking marijuana to, I don't think that I can make decisions like adult. I always need my mother. What's that about? It's fascinating. So, and parents and teachers, please ask me questions. I'd love to see what everyone else is thinking.
Yeah, everybody's very quiet today. I can see that people are here, but they're quiet.
It's Friday.
Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah. I'm curious because you mentioned using the MRI. Like, can you actually see changes in the brain using those kinds of technology?
That's a good question. So what we do is what's called longitudinal testing. So we'll bring a 10-year-old, and then the next year we'll bring them again, and then the next year again, and then we can see the changes from scan to scan. Not during the time that they are in the scanner.
Oh, okay.
During the time that they are in the scanner, we can see changes in learning. So if we have them learn something, like right now we're doing this fascinating study about how do you acquire habits. Because it turns out a very little known fact that we only know from studies with rats and mice is that when you're a teenager, it's difficult to make habits.
Oh, wow.
Because you're so reward driven. And by definition, the habit is when you continue to do something, even though the reward is gone. So
Right.
it's very hard for them, and it's adaptive, right? And then when you go from adolescence to adulthood, now you can do habits. And habits are not all bad. Habits are great. It's a way that the brain has to say, you know what? These behaviors that I do, I'm going to make them automatic, so I don't have to think about them. And it's harder for them. That's why when I think, if we go back to the screen use, and is it habit forming? It probably is, but it's probably more habit forming when you're an adult, or quicker to form that habit when you're an adult. But we put someone in the scanner, we have them do a habit task, and we can see changes within that actual scan about what regions are being used, and if you form habits, if you're engaging a certain circuitry.
And I know we're kind of running out of time already, but you did bring up, marijuana. We're talking about rewards. How do you go from, especially in adolescence, craving rewards to things like addiction, where it becomes kind of that downside, that dark side? Why does that happen? And why is that so dangerous?
That's the million-dollar question, and there are these gigantic studies that are trying to find that. This is what I can tell you. And we have a paper that we're going to be submitting in the next month, where we looked at hundreds, like 800 individuals longitudinally, and what we see is that predominantly people will experiment with substances when they're a teenager, with alcohol, cannabis, nicotine, vaping, and stuff like that. And predominantly, that will decrease with development. Some of them will increase and stay increased. And we're starting to see that there are differences in the brain between the two. And one of them is this habit formation. So, some people have an easier time forming habits and exposed to certain things that are rewarding, like sometimes substances are, that can appeal to them. They start using it more, then the use it or lose it principle comes, and it becomes a habit.
Yeah.
So, but that will be a very small percentage of the population.
Wow, that's really interesting. Well, we are almost out of time. So I guess people were just interested in what you were saying. So before we wrap up, what do you want our learners out there, especially maybe our middle school and our high school students, to know about what's going on in their brains right now?
Well, I'll tell you a couple of things that I think are important. Those emotions that you feel, when you do certain crazy things, there's nothing wrong with you. This is what the brain needs. So don't feel bad or ashamed. This is what you need to do. And the same for teachers and for parents and so forth. Be forgiving, because the fluctuations are normal, and it's what you need. They need to have that space to experiment with all different things. And the other thing I tell adults is, a lot of times your teenagers are going to say, hey, I don't want to hear what you have to say, but you tell them anyways. The brain still processes it, and then it still makes a difference. And I remember when my son was a teenager, I don't know what he did. He was being obnoxious and terrible. So the first thing I did was I waited till the next day. And then I told him, hey, what you did was totally uncool. And he's like, Mom, of all people, you should know my brain hasn't, it's still myelinating. I'm like, oh, yeah, good one, buddy. But in order for it to mature correctly, I have to call you on this so that your brain recognizes it and then knows how to react better the next time.
That's, as a mom, I appreciate knowing that, because sometimes I'm not sure they're listening, but it's good to know that they are. Thank you so very much for taking the time to be with us today and for sharing your insights. Your research sounds absolutely fascinating. I am excited to hopefully learn more. And I know that we were unable to get your slides kind of working here, but if you have anything that you'd like us to send out afterwards, we are happy to share that with everyone. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that is here and listening today. Thank you for just being part of Hack Your Brain today. Make sure you go to our website at sciencefriday.com/hackyourbrain. We've got a lot of resources for you to learn more about how your brain works, because understanding how your brain works can actually help you live a happier and healthier life, right? Get those good habits, you know? Thank you so much. I really appreciate you.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care.